And a Strange HD, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right. Should be live on YouTube now. Perfect. Alrighty. So let me read out for YouTube what our plans are for today. TwitchCon was super fun. I treated it like a proper vacation, so I just ate a lot of food, drank a lot of whiskey. I know, what's new, huh? But yeah, so we left off on the pagination bug. I didn't leave myself very many notes, so we're going to have to just jump back into it and figure out where we really left off. But it shouldn't be too hard. And then after that, we need to work on the front end part to make it like obvious that you have the option of selecting Hacker News and get the logos showing in places, and yeah, nice and easy. So that's our plan for today. Let's get to it. Okay. You put a bunch of things into render ATL. You kind of wish there was a reason box. You ended up putting Scott as unsung hero. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, I think, yeah. I don't know if it's that big a deal, right? Just having the reason is reason enough. I hope he's getting enough submissions, you know, so that you can do the thing right. All right, one sec though. I do need to grab water before I get too deep into it. Yeah, let me grab the water, and I will be right back. Okay, and I'm back with my water. So what'd everyone do while I was out? Anything fun? Okay. Okay, so as we're going through this, right, we've got the point at which we create the history. How's my microphone volume and all that? Good? Oh, music might be a little loud still. All right, there we go. You did some spring cleaning, went for a walk in the park, tried to do shopping for a Halloween costume, and bought a cowboy hat. A cowboy hat is the Halloween costume, isn't it? Now you're done. Button up shirt, jeans, cowboy hat, boom. You're a cowboy. All right, so yeah, we've got fetching comments and fetching stories. We started refactoring the fetch by tag function, which is why this is a failure here, which is fine. So you bought the cowboy hat not just for the costume, you just wanted a cowboy hat. Okay. But now you have the option to go for cowboy. You could always go Lone Ranger, get one of those like little just eye mask things. I guess that's an old school one though, huh? And yeah, what's up, Ivan? How you doing? How was TwitchCon? It was great. Yeah, it was fun. Mostly just ate food, drank whiskey, and hung out. It was definitely smaller than previous years. Like, just the amount of people felt lower. The conference floor felt less packed of like booths and stuff like that. But yeah, it was fun. Yeah, eating and drinking are some of my favorite hobbies too. It's weird. So, yeah, the way we're doing the IDs here, right? Like the latest ID, the most recent one. Right? There's like two IDs that we care about, right? There's the default one if we just don't have that. And that's like a major edge case, but we're just passing that in just fine. The next ID that we care about, right? And it's like default versus the one that we have in the database. Sure, right? We can just consider that the default ID, we want to stop parsing it. But the other ID we care about is this new most recent ID. And this is where we started refactoring from recursion to a loop. Right. Okay. So now we get the new most recent ID, which is the first one in all of the hits, right? We're on page 0. And then we just start parsing all the way back till we find the one that we want to stop at. So we handle the current page we're on. And we do this for loop, making sure that we're starting at page 1 instead of 0, because we've already done page 0 here. We do this fetch a second time. I think I'm okay doing a little bit of that duplication, because we're also passing another param, so it's not the exact same thing. Our new hits become this value that we then pass into our handle page function again. And then finally, when we're done looping over, we create the new history, or we set the history key with our new most recent ID that we fetched on the beginning. So I think fetch by tag here is actually done. I think we're ready with it. We just need to make... Well, we got to look inside of handle page first. But we just got to make fetch stories line up with what we've changed the arguments to be. And then I think that would be good. So then here in handle page, this is where we do the reduce while. And we're doing some magic number stuff. These to-dos, those were from before we started the refactor. Those are unrelated to our task at hand. How do we feel about... the magic number? Okay, so hold on. Our loop is slightly flawed still. So what we're doing is we're doing this for loop, and we're going through and handling the page that we've fetched. And we're going to do that until we hit whatever our most recent ID was, which is this, right? So it's either in history or it's this hard-coded one that we can update that whenever. The problem is we're going to keep looping this, even if like we decide to bail out. We're not using the return value of handle page in any way. You decided to order some fast food and a bottle of whiskey. Nice. What whiskey? Probably something I'm not aware of, right? Like, I'm sure there's good German whiskeys that I've just never heard of. Just Jim Beam. Gotcha. Nice and easy. All right, so part of the issue here then is that even though we did this as a for loop, we may want to do it as a reduce while instead. And then we can just handle the result of handle page and decide to halt this loop as well. You don't know of any German whiskey? I would assume that German whiskey exists, but now I'm confused. Oh. Oh. All right, well, one side of my keyboard is not actually functioning. Let me turn it off and back on again. All right, there we go. Yeah, there's some German brands. Looks like they're expensive as hell. Maybe they're just expensive here because shipping and stuff like that. My guess is you're pretty much only going to get Rise, but maybe not. And I would expect that you get better prices where you're at because they don't got to pay like the shipping, like import duties and all that shit. Oh, hold on, readjusting. So yeah, I'm thinking we turn this back into the reduce while. And number of pages is something we can just increment that as we go. Yeah, because handle page doesn't know what page we're on. So we couldn't. Here we're doing the 0. We could make this like a true false. I think I like that idea. Yeah, we'll do that. Let me get more music going. And yeah, what's up, Sicario? How you doing? Oh, Caleb. Yeah, I mean, but bourbon is like US made, so you guys end up paying like the import duties for yourself. So instead, if you're drinking German whiskey, maybe it's cheaper. I don't know. All right. So here at least, we're returning true or false. If we get the false, then we want to bail out. So then up here, where we're doing this loop, we can call that good. And what's up, a Millenite? Yeah. Yeah, TwitchCon was fun, Scariad. Nice and chill. Got to hang out with Prime, Theo, Bash Bunny. Those are the big ones. Alt F4 stream, because he lives in the area. Got to meet Loki Abu in person. Got to hang out with Code Girl, which was awesome. Who else? Met a bunch of other just different streamers, which was fun. Got to meet L:Q in person, which was cool. They don't look anything like their avatar. Who else? Who else? Yeah, I don't know. Just ate a bunch of good food. It was a proper vacation. How you didn't catch me in any of the streamers' feeds? Like, which streamers' feeds? Finite Singularity was at the Elgato booth. He invited me into the booth for just a quick second. Like, while he was going, which was cool. So if you were watching Finite Singularity on Saturday or Friday, you would have seen me there. Just briefly. And what's up, Brainless? How you doing? How you doing, Four Wheel? Been a little bit. Damn, you're at the 75 stream streak, though. I guess it hasn't been a little bit. You just haven't chatted that much lately. You're doing well, just closing work, wanting something to eat, but need a moment doing nothing before. Still salty over losing the over 300. Yeah, same, Four Wheel. Like, everyone lost it. Except for maybe... we don't even... yeah, maybe Unruly kept theirs. I don't know. They lurk quite a bit, so... You know, up to them if they want to volunteer that or not. But yeah, I think basically everyone got reset. Super annoying. Are the Amazon issues still not resolved for you? You were checking mostly IRL streamers. Oh, yeah, and I don't know. I don't know any of those people. It's possible you would have caught me in the background of something, but pretty rare. I mean, I do have the beanie, so I'm easy to spot. The AWS stuff is mostly resolved now. Yeah, I was having issues looking at Reddit earlier today, so I assume that was related. And I just realized I didn't pop out my chat. What's up, Aline? Figma is still down. You think it's related to the AWS stuff? Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot to pop out my YouTube chat. I almost missed that comment. Thanks for that, though. So Four Wheel can confirm Figma is still having issues. Interesting, Caleb. I was under the impression that they were still going to be doing... Yeah, I was under the impression that AWS didn't directly use the Dynamo that we use. Like similar to how, there's like Google Cloud has their internal database, Spanner or whatever. We don't get direct access to that. Also similar to how like Cloudflare, they heavily use Google Cloud internally because they don't want to do that like snake eating its own tail thing. If they were using R2 and all that stuff too heavily, that actually like creates a major point of failure for them, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I just find it surprising that AWS does do the snake eating its own tail thing. I would have at least thought like they'd have just like a separate VPS or a VPN or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, Aline, can't even imagine the level of stress the AWS guys are going through now. Yep. So Caleb, from what your colleague who used to work at AWS says, it sounds like it was the same thing, though you could be mistaken. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I didn't realize that they were kind of doing that the wrong way. But whatever. So what we want to do here, instead of the for loop, we want to go back to the reduce while. I don't think they like this syntax. So I don't think I can use the comprehension there. Mismatched delimiter. Because I'm missing. Oop, that. So that was the issue, actually. So I could put this back there. Um, but then this is where I want to go back to the number because I want to pass the page. Shit. So now we're back to a magic number. Ugh. So here's the problem. This doesn't have the concept of the page. But we could pass it in. Yeah, I'm just not positive. I don't know. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, so I think that works. I yeah, I don't like the magic number. We don't need to do the magic number. I was mixing up the thing that we're iterating versus the accumulator. The accumulator could just stay. Yeah, the accumulator could just be a true false. What's up, Ethan? How you doing? Yeah, so page no longer gets passed in like that. Yeah. Okay. How was TwitchCon? It was good. Yeah. I don't do the conference thing that much when I go to TwitchCon. So that had happened before I even left my hotel room on what was it, Saturday? Like Saturday, I didn't even make it into the conference. Yeah. Gnarly stuff. Yeah. The clip I saw was Dan Clancy going to like flip someone and he dropped her. Like, dude, maybe when you're pushing 75, you don't try doing some swing dancing shit. Like, I don't know, man. Just a hunch. Like, dude. Yeah, hold on. Maybe I thought it was from this TwitchCon. Dan Clancy drops a person. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I know, right? Dan Clancy drops a person. Damn, yeah. I don't know. People roasting him. What am I tagged in? Okay, that's just some bullshit. Oh, did you find it? Oh, you found it? Okay, yeah. Hold on. Don't try this at home. Oh, yeah, this is the clip. He just. It's not like he's even trying. Like, what the fuck, dude? That's not how you do that move either. It's like he's never done it. He's. Yeah, that's just funny. Yeah, with a fucking pile driver. Dude, yeah, exactly, dude. Oh man. Yeah, dude, straight to the face. Oh, dude. Yeah. Oh, that's just funny. Whew. How can you fail upward in life so properly to get that role is beyond me. But dude must have some good blackmail on someone or something. I'm kidding. This is speculation. It's a joke. Oh God. WrestleMania gift for the next TwitchCon. There you go. Something about mankind, Hell in the Cell, right? She did handle it like a champ. Yep. All right, so I think we're good there. I just need to fix this part now. So we got the tags that we care about. Looks like that needs to change that order. And we don't do that 0 value. All right, so then I expect this to actually be a shit show. It is. We're just going to delete it and come back to it. All right, so let's try this. We create it. We go here. We look for LLM. We're going to say blue sky. And let's just create it. Bam. Because I needed to be able to like fan out task-wise. And Elixir is really good at that due to the way it does like the actor model and all that stuff. So when I create a task, that task can happen on any machine, and I don't care. Elixir handles the discovery of that service mesh. So I basically don't have to worry about the Kubernetes service mesh bullshit. I don't have to worry about a message queue. I don't do any of that because Elixir has that mechanism just done. And WebSockets are very performant with Elixir as well. Now, normally I would pick something serverless, right? Lambda-based, Cloudflare workers, whatever. But listening to the persistent, like, fire hose from Blue Sky is a really bad idea for serverless, right? Your serverless bill would be insane. Oh no! That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Oh, yep, I'm not passing the key. History key. Let me double check the database cleared that part out. Yep. All right, so we restart. We've got LLM in here created, and we just got to give it a second for it to do its thing. Son of a bitch. All right, so our reduce while is no good. Why is the reduce while no good? Yeah, no unused return values is not the problem. At one point, GitHub had the biggest practical deployment of Erlang with how they managed all the SSH connections to their servers. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh. That's crazy. I mean, it was bigger than, like, European telecom? Because Erlang is massive in, like, telecommunications in Europe. I just wouldn't have expected GitHub to be bigger than telecommunications. But, yeah, maybe. Okay, so my thought here is that they just don't like true as the accumulator. Yeah, maybe at that point, sure. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, Erlang's magic. Like, yeah. I personally don't like the syntax that much, but The VM and all that stuff? Dude, magic. I think this is what they don't like. I want to do it to a list. Oh, that's probably it. Let's just double check it. No, I think you're right. I think you're right. Good catch. Honestly, I should just move the if check. Right? Instead of doing it there. Do it there. You'd love to do a practical Erlang project, but it just hasn't come along for you. The technology is so cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I would say like Elixir is more approachable than raw Erlang. I would highly recommend Elixir just to get familiar with it. And there are actually some cases where Elixir, like micro benchmarks, where Elixir outperforms Erlang somehow, which is kind of magic. Wait, why is my shader not resetting? Did I leave it going too long? So we should have seen multiple pages happen though. We didn't get an error. Ooh, okay. So one thing we should be doing is we should be sorting these not based on the order we created them in, but the order that their timestamp relates to. But I don't think I have a log statement that would show me the pages we're crawling. Let me double check this. All right, so handling page. Yeah, so we'll reset some stuff. We're gonna skip this song because it's trying to put us to sleep. How dare they? How dare they? I know, right? Man, on the flight this morning, I was like doing that thing where you nod off and you're getting like 20 minutes to a half an hour of sleep every time, but somehow like you feel super rested. Right, so this is going to run into an endless loop because we're never setting like I think we're going to end up kicking off another fetch. Yeah, the job started over again and we still hadn't finished. Yeah, so this is really we still want to do it once a minute. Hmm. What was that sound? Hey, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Yeah. I will let you know. Twitch Turbo is really good. It's like the cost of like 3 subs, and then you don't get any ads anywhere else. Like, not on any channel. So, just throwing that out there. I appreciate the sub. I really do. But if you're just trying to get rid of the ads, Twitch Turbo is really good. No, not really brainless, because it's a self-inflicted wound. Like, if I just grab a more recent ID, we'd be good. The fact that we're just, like, hard-coding these IDs, this is a pretty big flaw. We're not going to have a problem with overlapping jobs if we just solve the default ID problem. This default ID is from a week ago, right? I shouldn't be using a value that becomes that stale that quick. So what we want to do is, if we don't have a history value, we just want to default to maybe the last thing in the list. Now, realistically, it's a created at I timestamp value. Yeah, so what I'm thinking then, do I have timex? Right? So if we don't have it, we just do it based on this. And here, I think I'll end up just doing the 2-string. So then default ID goes away. What, Caleb? Just like the timex like syntax for dealing with time and stuff. It's pretty nice. Ah, oh no. Like, what do you mean? Did he drive off with your food? All right, let's see if this works. Will it blend? I can't seem to reset the shader, though. Okay, yeah. So that's probably the comments thread ticking up. So within an hour, Wow, I didn't think comments moved that fast on Hacker News. Okay. Here we're doing it based on ID, even though we're going to be using the created at I value. I think less than or equal is the better move. Oh, and actually, no. We wanted greater than or equal. Right? So if the most recent ID we have is greater than the current ID, then we know that the current ID is too far back. Okay, and then yes, the bug that we have now is that we're not sorting these things properly. Let's do the sorting better. Right, so order by keyword event.id when instead posted at. And there we go. Okay. One thing I think I want to do though is right, we see HTML entities in there. We should fix those. We see p tags and stuff in there too though. B. So what I'm wondering, all right, we go back to here and we're doing text value hit key. And the hit key that we're looking up is comment text. So I want to log what the hit is. Actually, wrong place. Right, and we just see one page at a time for each of these. I'm curious about handling page 0 here. That one seems weird. I see, Caleb. Yeah. I live right next to a hotel as well. And when I order delivery, they consistently go to the lobby of the hotel, which is super annoying. But hey, at least you got some good exercise, especially with the stairs. Well, then that's not good. All right, so adding back in those log statements, we should see some kind of log. I just want to see if there's like a text value we get that doesn't do the p tags. Because I don't necessarily want to handle HTML. Right, we see comment text. And we see value for comment text. Okay, so here's my thought. We can leave the p tags. Or we could parse the p tags and just turn them into a like a new line. But we're going to end up needing to deal with HTML entities anyway. And that should be a front end thing. HTML sanitize EX. Ooh, I am not aware of that one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't necessarily want that because preserving some of the formatting would be nice. But yeah, some of these may end up being pretty good. I don't know. We'll keep looking. Sorry, we had a spammer over on YouTube. Gone. What do y'all think? Should I parse some HTML with regular expressions? Some people should remember why that should never happen. Hold on, we skip that song. Okay, sorry. Closing some shit down. Um, you're doing the Elixir Mortal Sin, writing macros. Oof. Yeah, I really don't want to do dangerously set inner HTML. So here's the order in which I want to do this. Right, so we'll do that, right? String.trim, string.replace. We will bring in sanitize EX, and we'll just strip every HTML tag. All right, we'll get the latest dependencies. I'm guessing MokiWeb was one of its dependencies. What does MokiWeb do? Yeah, that part I'm a little unsure of. That doesn't seem right to me. No, and that makes sense there, Caleb. Yeah, honestly, I could be doing this stuff on the front end too. But I think parsing it as we get it is fine. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Yeah, I am a little curious why Moki Web's used, but meh, could be worse. All right, so then we strip tags, and then from here, I want to do probably HTML entities. Yeah, makes sense. Nice. All right, fully self-contained there at least. No, you know what? We're gonna leave HTML entities to be a thing that we do on the front end. We're just gonna replace the p tag and then strip all the other tags. Okay, yeah. So then HTML entity stuff is something we just do on the front end. If we find it. All right, and then uh, what is it? Decode. I don't think it's decode URI component. I forget. Hold on. Um, oh, I'm thinking of PHP that had the HTML entities function. That's right. Ooh, 97 mil or 400 mil? 400 mil looks pretty promising. Oh, and they even show the benchmarks. Nice. All right. Yeah, looks good to me. Hold on. Let me leave a placeholder so I don't forget about it. All right, so now I'm not using it. We go down to here. I don't mind doing it at the full render level. But my guess is this thing is not fully TypeScripty. Um, typings? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But typings is the library, right? Hmm. Okay, we just needed the star as. It was just the way we were importing, because it doesn't do the default. Which I think is smart, right? They're avoiding the barrel file kind of thing. Or maybe not barrel file, but like the barrel object, which can sometimes have issues with tree shaking. Oh, there we go. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. We'll stop the server for a second. We will reset our most recent ID. Start the server back up. Go back out to here. Delete. And then we will see values come in, I believe. And we gotta figure out what is up with our shader here. We just need to reset it, but it won't let me. Right? It'll let me get to here, but then it doesn't do anything. Hold on, let me see this. Okay. So we can reset it that way at least. Yes, I was at TwitchCon. It was fun. Wow, Ghosty might be doing some caching now that is breaking things in a weird way. So we'll just switch up our shader. All right, so we're at least decoding the entities, right? The formatting looks weird, but if we go and look at it, we see that, okay, that's how that's kind of supposed to work. Right, but we're still not breaking it like into separate lines, which I think we probably should be doing, but we're not preserving the white space, which I think we can do. I just forget. Right? Mm. White space pre-line. There we go. That looks better. So then just one quick fix. I want to turn that into 2 lines, which won't actually affect the newer stuff, but yeah. So then there we go. And yeah, TwitchCon was fun. It was good. Got to hang out with a bunch of cool people. Definitely lackluster compared to previous years, but I don't know. I had fun. I ate good food. Drank good whiskey. What else can you ask for? Take it back to Vegas? Yeah, a lot of people are mixed on Vegas. I think Vegas was good after the conferences, but the fact that the conference was so far away from like good food and good casinos, that was the hassle. Like, so if you wanted to just leave the conference and go grab a good meal, you couldn't do that anywhere. Because the conference center is so far away from, like, the Strip. Now, if they were at the Mandalay Bay, then it'd totally work. And I think they probably should have been at the Mandalay Bay anyway. It's definitely big enough for TwitchCon. But it's also probably more expensive, too. Than San Diego. But I don't know. I don't know any of the money there. TwitchCon made the news. Yeah, probably the assault. Yep. What I think's extra not interesting and not saying that she deserves it at all, but I guess Emiru and Mizkif dated or something at some point, and there's like a message he ended up sending like, you're cultivating or farming gooners. That's not the most stable audience to farm, you know? And the fact that that was something he had said prior to this event, and then it happened. Yeah, so I don't know. There are unhinged human beings out there, but when you specifically make content for the unhinged people, you're going to have problems. Oh, I get it, Caleb. We had it in Vegas one year, and it was like the best turnout, like programmer-wise, like software and game dev that we've had. Yeah, exactly. Like farming a community that skews towards the unhinged. You gotta be extra careful. But the fact that she couldn't bring her own bodyguard, the fact that, yeah, I don't know. I think that's definitely like a problem too. At that point, she should have. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what she should do. It's not a problem I have. I'm a dude. This shit doesn't happen to dudes. So I have no perspective. The women absolutely do. GS Volt. Yeah. Pokimane definitely deals with those problems. Almost all of them have their own private security. Yeah, exactly. But okay, I would say we are good to go now. We're not like fully done because we're not doing the right fetch of the keywords. So there's a part where I've got a comment, I'm pretty sure. Let me find it. Yeah. So here we want to then go from list keywords to list keywords by platform. And then that would be the Hacker News. All right, we'll leave some of the logging just so we can inspect things a bit more. And yeah, technically we're not going to have any Hacker News keywords by platform, but we can. Where platform in platforms, right? So that should be good there. Took me a second. Four wheel. Brutal, dude. I thought I was reading it wrong at first, and no, you meant what you said. That was good. Okay, so yeah. Fetching all keywords by platform. That's if someone makes one a Hacker News keyword, we listen for it. So then from there, we don't have the ability to create that yet, and that's where the front end stuff comes in. I do. Hold on. We have some log values that are doing a bit much logging. Someone said they might not have another TwitchCon. I don't know about that. I couldn't speculate. I do believe they didn't sell as many tickets as they wanted this year. I do believe they didn't sell as many booths on the floor as they wanted this year. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my guess is they're gonna have a new CEO sometime soon. I don't know for sure, at the bare minimum, and that will tell more than anything. Maybe just don't have it in Cali. I mean, what would that help? Yep. Yeah, I think a lot of companies would do well with a new CEO, upsell included. All right. So yeah, the front end part of things. Well, number one, let's make sure we got the dev server going. Double check. All right, yeah, we're good there. So here's the big gist, right? Hacker News, not available yet, but we do want it to be shown and be available for users to do things with. So let's go make that happen. Oh, yeah. Lobsters has been working for a while. We just added Hacker News, and it's working on the back end, but we just don't have it ready on the front end yet. And yeah, we'll want to update the marketing site too, I believe. Hacker News, no longer coming soon. Lobsters, no longer coming soon. Reddit, coming soon. Maybe. But I could at least light these two up. Bam, bam. Light them up. After which point, we probably want to start looking at Discord and Microsoft Teams. And then, of course, there's more bugs. There's more to-do stuff to do, but I think getting the Hacker News working is something I was, like, really happy about. Now, similar to what Brainless was saying, we may want to figure out some way of determining if our, like, Hacker News crawling ends up, like, overlapping with itself in some way. That could be weird. But I don't think we would have that problem. I'm just not sure. But anyway, let's keep doing this part. Just add a depth variable. I'm not sure you're familiar with, like, where we're doing this, though. And what does that value do? Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Circular references? Now, that wouldn't be our issue. Like, we're not crawling a depth of references. Yeah, so GS Volt, that's not how it's working at all. And I'll show it. And oh no, shit. All right, so string.trim on a nil value. So I got to fix that. There we go. That's a better spot for it. But yeah, just to... shit. Hold on. Never mind. That's straight up failure. Can't do that yet. Okay, there we go. All right, so that server is working again. So the way that it's doing it is we are doing our fetch based upon the most recent item that we've parsed. So we're not doing like a crawl of like a depth value. what we're doing is we're just getting all of the items that are newer than a timestamp. So, right, any value where the created at I is greater than the most recent value that we have. So at that point, it's more like we're listening to the fire hose than we are crawling. But we're polling the fire hose instead of listening to each event as it comes in. So yeah, like a depth value just doesn't make any sense because of how we're doing it. Which is fine. Like, yeah, you didn't know that. I'm just showing you. You made a high-quality shitpost on the Svelte Discord where you countered someone's points on C++ by rewriting their screenshot of their program in Rust, and it's still generating conversation. And we're only interested in specific mentions. Well, every message gets, like, regular expressioned for keywords. Like, every message. Yep. All right, so we're going to leave some of these logs still. And yep, yeah, we're seeing the values that we think we care about. And yeah, like, because we're querying Algolia's index of Hacker News, all we got to do is just stay within their 10,000 requests an hour, which is, dude, I don't think we'd ever hit that. And right now, I've got this like process.sleep 1000. I could make that 500. I could make it 100, and we still wouldn't be hitting any numbers that matter. So yeah, all right. Is coding in Elixir better for you compared to other backends? Like, what do you mean better for me? Like, I wouldn't say I'm that experienced with Elixir. You know, good enough to be dirty, like good enough to make stuff work. But for this use case where we're doing a persistent server connection to listen for mentions on the Blue Sky Firehose as an example, that just wouldn't lend itself to a serverless environment. Like, your serverless bill would be insane, especially if you're on upsell instead of like raw lambda. And yes, I'm going to keep calling Vercel upsell. They can't stop me. Yep. Their triangle is even pointing up, like an up arrow. Python's an interpreted language, so hosting a Python server is very different from hosting an Elixir server or a Node.js server. So I don't think they're comparable. Now, because it is interpreted, it does mean scaling ends up being kind of simple, because you just need something to spawn the process. So Python and PHP are pretty much the exact same hosting concerns, right? The languages are very different, but the way you host them Same thing. It's just an interpreted language that you evaluate from top to bottom. The request is done. Things get garbage cleaned. Done. But then things like Elixir, Node.js, Rust, they are persistent servers. And that means that there's like different things you have to think about when it comes to hosting and scaling and stuff. In general, I don't use interpreted languages anymore. It's pretty rare. Now, the way that I write AWS Lambdas, for all intents and purposes, it's like they're interpreted, but technically, you know, Amazon keeps them warm, so they're not, but it's still just like a top level single function evaluated top to bottom. Whatever persistent state is kind of just like an artifact, not something that I actually care about. I guess I haven't done enough Python then. Like, how are you hosting those with Python? So LG, in that case with the ASGI and WSGI, are you still basically just running the equivalent of like PHP FPM? So you still have a thing managing the processes, but you're still evaluating the script top to bottom, right? In my opinion, if that's the case, that's just another thing in front of the language rather than the language being that way. But again, I don't do that much Python. The lack of type safety, like if I'm going to deal with a lack of type safety, I at least want it to be a fast language. No, Messijo's on Hetzner, I believe. So it's actually a persistent Python process? I was under the impression that there was like a process pool. And it just like, the process may like rerun the Python script, but it's still like evaluated. That's not true? Okay. Like I still thought it was basically like the process manager maybe keeping processes going, but there's no like shared state between one run of the script and another run of the script, right? Like to me, that sounds exactly like PHP FPM. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Still not anything I want to deal with. This is one of the number one things I consider when I am building most of what I build, because I really like the idea of serverless. So these like cold start times, you know, some of these are a non-starter. It does look like Python has gotten way better cold start time wise. I feel like it used to be a lot slower. But yeah, looks like it's faster than Node these days. And the hot start time is really solid. Like, still better than Rust, which is interesting. Okay, okay. So it's not like evaluating like the module imports and stuff every time? Okay, that makes more sense. I'm surprised to see .NET. Oh, but this is the ahead of time compiled. Okay. That makes sense. But yeah, for me personally, the next big serverless project I do, it'll be Rust. It'll be Rust. Python now has a lot better typing. That's cool. I just truly hate semantic whitespace. Let me get more music going. Okay, so this is going to be on creating a keyword. It's going to be in our form. All right, so that's the ignored users. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's open source. All right, you can see the architecture diagram. You can go check the code. Yeah, no worries. And it looks like it's just a simple hello world. So, like, really, they're not leaving too much to implementation detail. Is there a place with all of my site links, like Messijo and other projects? Not really. I mean, you can see my GitHub. I probably should. I just, it's not the way I maintain my, like, portfolio or anything. Hold on. How do I go to it? Profile? Yeah. So I don't know, like you can see all the repos I got. I do have a link tree, but I just don't have these things on it. So yeah, if you want to connect on any socials, sure. But I just don't have like a project link tree. And I will eventually, but I don't know. I got other shit I want to make. Here's something funny I never noticed. The 42 on the cow's ear. That's awesome. That might have been why I decided on this cow image. Oh no! I mean, that's the problem with self-hosting. I'm kidding. You could have put it on upsell and been fine. Oh, there you go. All right, so we get Hacker News into there. Let's double check it. Will it blend? Ooh, looks like it is not blending, but we don't have an error showing us why. Interesting. So we have been able to update it. Why can't we update it now? All right, well, keyword form, at least we add that. In ignored users, we should be able to show the platform. Ah, and that's why we do that. Okay. Let's try creating a new keyword with it. Oh. Interesting. So wait, how'd we break that? Ah. I don't know how that possibly broke. No idea. I think it's our validator. Yep. It's our validator. All right, so then error creating keyword, we get a 422. Invalid value for enum, and yeah, so we still got some back end stuff to fix there. Okay, so inclusion here should be good for the keyword event, but it's when we're creating the keyword that may be the issue. So no, we're not using an enum for that part. We could make that proper. I wonder if we're just doing that over here. All right, so listing keywords. Where's creating a keyword? Oh, that's keyword notifications. Yeah, all right. Yep, that looks fine. Let's look in the controller. Oh, if it's a 422, yes, it's at the response level. Okay, so it is in this file. I'm just looking in the wrong place. Yep, this was it. And yeah, that is a macro, so we got to restart the server when we do it. Voila. All right, and now we see it in the list just fine. Cool. And what's up, Hunar? How you doing? You're taking a break from programming and accidentally opened Factorio. Rest in peace, your day. Yeah. There's no such thing as a short Factorio break. Does not exist. All right, so it could be a little bit before we see another one of these messages come through. But we can do this. All right, so we get the icon in there. The decades-old crop of new big tech companies are just entering their IBM phase. Brutal. All right, but yeah. So I don't know, that linked us out. I think that works. And oh god. And yeah, we reset that, so that's on me. But we shouldn't be getting duplicates anymore. So I think we're good there. So Hunar, full screen video and live chat looks weird on 1610. Okay. So you got a widescreen? Sure. Can I edit this? Nice. And yeah, what yeah, 16:10 aspect ratio. Okay, so it looks like it's just a little taller. Interesting. Okay. I mean, depending on what Mac you have, you might be on like a 1610 or a 3.2. Yeah, aren't all MacBooks 1610? That I don't know. I'm trying to see like where I can find that in my MacBook Air. 1710 by 1112. That's 153. That's 16. So yeah, I'm not on a 1610. Yeah. Most big monitors are, but like on my MacBook, we are taller than a 1610. The Mac has the notch. I guess the notch is just part of like the top bar. The notch, I don't think the notch really affects the aspect ratio. Not for my Mac Mini at least. Like all it's doing is eating into the title bar. Like that's part of the resolution that gets reported anyway. So what you're saying is anything below the title bar would be the 1610? That's actually worth double checking. So 1710 by 1068. Ah, so that is the 1610. There you go. So now I see what you're saying. They compensate a 1610 by adding the title bar on top of it, basically. But if you were to full screen a 16:9 video, you would get black bars somewhere. The safe area is 1610. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think about that. But yeah, good call. Okay, so we're able to edit values and add the Hacker News thing. We see events coming in from Hacker News, so we're good there. I feel like we're done with that part. Now we just want to like update the marketing site a little bit. All right. So now, lobsters and Hacker News. Hell yeah. From there, this visualization is going to need a little bit of work. I think icons are fine. And yeah, the disabled. So yeah, Reddit stays disabled. Lobsters does not. Enjoy the Factorio, Hunar. So yeah, lobsters, Reddit still a star, Blue Sky, Hacker News no longer a star. We see them lit up here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And hey, what's up, Jarrell? How you doing? What you been up to? All right, so what we want to do is we want to clean up some of the junk. Like we got IO inspect all over the place in some of these files. I'm gonna make this 500 anyway. Yeah, I think we may have some lobsters bugs. We can deal with those in a bit, though. The rest looks okay to me. Yep. Oh, hold on. I don't know if we need that. I don't think logging those is necessary. We do have more logs in there than I think we would want, but eventually we'd want to do some of that stuff. Thank you, haha. I disagree, but I appreciate it. All right, so then this is feet, add Hacker News support. Oh, but we can't do it to this branch. And we're just going to yellow it up, because why not? Did AWS outage affect me at all? I had trouble crawling Reddit earlier today. But for Messijo, I'm not using AWS. Yeah, I'm using Cloudflare for backups and for the DNS and for Cloudflare pages. And then the server is on what I believe is Hetzner, but I'm using server.pro, so that's abstracted away. So yeah, I would have stayed up and running. No big deal. But all the stuff that I rely upon, you know, I do still have dependencies, and those can fail. You had no problem, and you were hosted on AWS? Nice. Oh, there we go. And what was the hype train? Who kicked that off? Maybe Jarrell? But yeah, thank you for getting that hype train going. Let's double check this. Let's do a little bit of a diff. All right, so entities we added. We update the validator. We move some of that junk. Let's double check this. Let's do a build. Will it blend? What's my disaster recovery plan? What kind of disaster are we talking? Like, I'm doing hourly backups. For a major AWS outage? My plan is Cloudflare. But what if Cloudflare goes down? Well, yeah, I don't have SOC 2 compliance at the moment. I think it'll be a while before I actually need it. Yeah, if everything else on the internet is broken, eh. But yeah, the moment I want to start offering SOC 2 and like SLAs and stuff, I need to then get onto contracts with companies that have SLAs themselves, you know. Yeah, I think the SOC 2 compliance thing is going to be a ways away. And I don't know if it's really that important for marketing departments. Like, the moment I have a customer ask me, shit. Hold on, I need to schedule this call with someone. I forgot all about it. I could do it tomorrow. And sorry, I gotta look at a work thing real quick. It's after 10:30. I could do it. Yeah. I have a thing at 8 as well. Uh, nope. Damn it. What? Unable to confirm. All right. Well, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it on Wednesday then. Sorry, work thing. Just important. Okay, let me do this again. 1 second. Let's get some music going. There we go. Just copy this for work. Okay, All right, so hold up. We just did the build, so that's good. I think all that looks good. Quick marketing fixes look good. And the PNPM looks good. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Um, ah, son of a bitch. Oh, I know what that one is, actually. Or I thought I did. I see what happened there. There we go. Okay. All right, so that should be pushed up and ready on Messijo.com here in a minute. But yeah, it's not there yet. While that's getting pushed up, we should look at other tasks that we have to do. We should mark the Hacker News listening as done. I believe we have a lobsters bug that we should look into. I'm pretty sure this one's actually done, but we should verify it. Showing the different notification types to encourage upgrading. That would be smart. You just hit a major decision point in your POC. You're using an envvar at compile time to create some logic through macros, but that means that things like tests will not be able to modify that variable to test different logic. Why wouldn't they be able to modify it? Like you're saying at runtime. Because the macro is like a compile time thing, right? Okay. Right. Okay. And I guess orchestrating like a recompile is really annoying, yeah? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like a you problem. But no, I'm curious how you end up solving it. Um, and GS Volt. I think you're asking brainless, right? You want to avoid making it a runtime thing. Don't want the extra overhead. Yeah, I don't know. Could you describe what the macro is doing? And I just wonder, like, I know you're using an env var, but could you just have like a value in the database? Right. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tricky one. I'm Okay, so one service, logic for other clients will be hex packages, which the service will inject as overrides. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let's look at what GS Volt provided. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tougher one, I think. Yeah, let's start thinking about this. Does writing docs take like 5 times as much energy as writing code? I don't know about that. I think making sure the docs stay up to date is a lot more. Okay. Um, just feels that way because you'd rather be coding than writing Markdown. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Brainless. I think because of the way you're doing it, you may just have to do some like bash scripting instead of just staying completely within EX unit, right? Like, I don't know. Think about that. Could you write a bash script that recompiles with a different env variable and then just runs the suite of tests that matter for just that macro? Then are you good to go? To me, yeah, I think it's a bash scripting problem, and then you're done. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point there, JD's fighter, right? Like I bet there's some bash style testing solution. Will it be the most performant thing? No, but could be doable. Like I don't even know if you need a full-on framework. You probably do want to get some kind of framework just so you can like have it as part of your automated testing, like your reporting at the end of it. But that's just modifying like an XML file. It's not really a big deal. So yeah, like being able to merge the results. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, to me, brainless, it sounds like a shell scripting problem. Then you can still continue to use the macro. It doesn't become this runtime thing. Yeah, exactly. Right. So then you can just test with possibly an empty environment variable, possibly a bad environment variable, etc. And then it's just another invocation of the test suite, just like the part that you care about rather than like all of your tests. That's definitely the way I'd do it, I think. It doesn't make it the right way, but that's what my brain's leaning on. All right, so did it blend? It blended. Oh yeah. So we got Y Combinator and lobsters showing in the list. They're in the title there. All right, if we go to our dashboard, we have hit our maximum number of keywords, keyword events. Yep, 142, eh? So that's really just because I'm on my testing account. If I go to Messijo itself, turn on the Hacker News, we save the keyword. All right. Um, let's do this too. We're gonna create a new team. So yeah, we got a few people in there. Uh, yeah, hold on. Is there anyone out there that wants like full unicorn access? So you're not hitting limits and stuff. Just let me know. It listens for mentions. So right now I'm creating a keyword to listen for, CM Griffing. If I get mentioned on Blue Sky, Lobsters, or Hacker News, I can get a notification that it happened. So yeah, we'll create that. And oh, really? So now we got to figure out what's wrong there. Yes, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. Yep. And it's not necessarily like me being mentioned. This is like the very like, you know, it's like an edge case. But as an example, if we go look at Get Kraken here, right? We care about maybe the word Get Kraken, someone forgot to tag us. Maybe Get Lens, which we don't have a Blue Sky account for. Maybe when someone's talking about merge conflicts, right? But maybe like, oh, I hate when I get conflicts during a merge, right? We don't want the order to be specific. You know, these kind of things. Now, I do feel like we should be seeing the marquee effect, but whatever. But just the idea is there are social media managers in the world that would benefit from engaging your users or potential users when they start talking about certain things, right? So in that case, if someone's talking about merge conflicts, it might be a good chance for us to go and respond to them. Yep. And yeah, like, you can normally get notified when someone does an actual, like, but not everyone does that. And you still want to catch those things. So yeah, because my day wasn't already going to be ruined by that one pesky merge conflict. Hoping the AWS team can get this sorted out. So then, Get Kraken could be like, well, we got one thing that could make that merge conflict better for you in the future. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Eh? That kind of thing. In general, just getting the notification has value, but in the future, what about sentiment analysis? What is the general prevailing sentiment around these keywords, etc., especially for like your brand? So I don't know. That's the main idea. I believe this could be a product that makes dozens of dollars. But it's a good way to dog food Walter, or whatever we end up calling it, as well as other things I built. As far as I know, Buffer does not do the listening thing. I think Hootsuite might. I've never used Hootsuite, but like if we go look at Buffer, Buffer is all about posting. As far as I know, they don't do like the analysis thing. Okay, no. Analyze, maybe? Yeah, so I've never clicked these tabs before. I've never clicked these tabs. But, yeah, you got to be on the paid tier to do that stuff, even. So now, let's actually look at it. Yeah, so this would be more like analytics of your posts. That I don't care about. Engage, though. So now this seems like it's just a way to reply to people directly rather than like finding people to engage with. So yeah, I don't know. I really think some of these larger incumbent companies could be a major like acquisition avenue. Like there are companies out there that are in this space or adjacent in some way that I think we could get acquired. Right? If I build up enough users, even a company that does the exact same thing might want to acquire. Looks here, they're showing these. And yeah, maybe Bird Eye is good, but there was another one that we saw that was like the one we want to compete with. But yeah, these are like for scheduling, like social inbox. I'm not quite sure about that one. Yeah, I don't know. And I think especially with the way I'm targeting like lobsters and hacker news, I'm definitely focusing more on like the tech niche. And I don't think any of these companies are really focusing on a specific like market like that. So there could be value with that too. Yeah, I need to keep a list of the companies I consider actual competitors. I think this is the one that I consider the biggest competitor, and their pricing starts at $600 a month. So there is absolutely room for some disruption, in my opinion. Exactly, but there are brands that will happily pay for it because of the value they're gaining from it, you know? So yeah, if I can just carve off 1% of the business, of the industry, that'd be huge. And what's up, Standard? How you doing? I don't know. I'm not saying I'm the best businessman, but I'm trying here, man. I'm trying. But yeah, man, are these all from the same person? No. Oh Jesus. This dude, is this the same dude like over and over? I feel like this person's a bot. Anyway. I mean, yes, I plan on applying to Y Combinator. Because even then, like, the people in the cohort at Y Combinator are my direct target market. So I could really understand more about like what they need. I would benefit a lot from just being in the cohort, even if I don't get the funding, you know? But I think guaranteed if you get accepted to Y Combinator, you have like a guaranteed 250K just from YC. But you also do like the demo day where you hope to boost that number up. Something like that. I could be wrong. I do think I am going to need funding at some point if I really want to like if I want to add enough features quick enough that we gain a lot of value. But I don't know for sure. We got to figure out what's up with the blue sky message thing here, though. When I get on Shark Tank, unlikely I'll make it onto Shark Tank. All right, so that worked. I'm trying to figure out why the other one broke. Oh yeah, we're finding bugs all the time. Oh yeah, we'll try and replicate it. Right now we're not able to though. So that's actually the weird part. Like it should be failing when I'm adding this stuff. But no, maybe it's when I was creating it from scratch. I don't know. We'll have to do it locally because yeah, we don't have a lot of great debugging in prod yet. Like we haven't signed up for Sentry. We will. Just slacking. You don't have your glasses on, the text is so small. Like on this page? Okay. I don't know if that's that important right now. It's a little much. Interesting. So we tried to create the keyword and it said it failed, but it looks like it actually worked. So now that's a little weird. Oh, I see. Sorry, Proton. Yeah, I missed your first message. I'm sorry about that. How's it hanging? Hope everything's well. Yeah, we're just chilling. Yeah, my bad. I totally missed your first message, so I didn't understand the context. But yeah, now we're hanging out. I just got back from TwitchCon. We'll see within a couple days, like if I ended up getting sick or not. It happens, you know. But yeah, hopefully I didn't. I don't like being sick. Oh, and wait, what's up, Kenny? Oh, I gotcha, I gotcha. The Churfus. Yep. GS Volt, time to add unit tests on the front end too. I mean, I don't have unit tests anywhere. Nah, this is very much in like move fast and break things stage. In many cases, if you're shipping unit tests, you're shipping too late for like a proof of concept like this. Like we don't even know if users like what we're building yet. You won the Amiga 40 Vampire Demo Jam you worked on earlier. Nice. That's great. All right, let's look at our linear board here. So Lobster's events we may need to do some stuff with. Add disabled notification types to encourage upgrading. So we wouldn't see that on this account, but we would see it on testing. And yeah, here we only see email and Slack. So this is where we'd want to add Discord, webhooks, Microsoft Teams. SMS maybe, because I think if we go to a different team, we still have that just hard-coded. Yeah, so we got to think about what our next features are. And Trello stuff, not Trello, sorry, Linear. It's a place where we can figure that out. Adding disabled notification types to encourage upgrading. We don't really have that yet. So we would need to add the other notification types first before we could even surface them. We could just show like a coming soon. I think platform filtering could be good. Yeah, like really thinking about how we do filtering. Let me look at Get Kraken again. Oh, wait, no. We want to keep that. Now we just added a bunch of these. And yeah, currently it's all just blue sky. And what's up, Lightspeed? How you doing? Messijo has that lemony vibe. Yeah. But what kind of lemon? Easy peasy lemon squeezy or stressy zesty lemon depressy? Ah, there you go. I'll take it. Thanks, Charles. You know, I try. All right, so yeah, back to looking at these. I think platform filtering would be good if we had more things to filter. Oh yeah, no, I get it there, Sir Elfman. You just got an Elixir hit on the platform? Oh, on, like, you're using Messijo and you saw Elixir come in? Nice. Yeah, that's a good one, actually. That's not a bad idea. But okay, yeah, so we'll close some of these. Here's one thing I want to do real quick. I mean, we're going to pour a beverage here in a second, but I need to double check what my basic auth password is because I need to look at the dashboard of, like production performance and some of that stuff. In your case, it was in Blue Sky. Oh, interesting. What is the exact keyword? Is it just the word Elixir? Because I could see that one getting used in less like programming contexts, or like just the word Elixir. Okay. Or did you make it case sensitive? Picked up a tag for Elixir Lang. Ah, okay. What's the company? Doppler? Yeah, Doppler. But wrong Doppler? Yes. Okay, now an OTP code. Okay, so now let me load up the dashboard. I had it somewhere. Yep, there it is. Shit, I spelled it wrong. Yes. There we go. All right, let me close Doppler. All right, so here's our production database right now. Or production server, I should say. Doesn't look like it's doing too bad right now. We're seeing some queries spike all the way up to 10 milliseconds, but we've been seeing that for a while. Like we've just got some somewhat slow queries, but most of them are responding within like a time frame I like. Oh, we do get a spike up there. Right? Sitting pretty with RAM. Not digging into our swap at all, which is good. Okay, so yeah, no missing foreign key constraints with how we're being used. Our cache hit ratio looks really good. Index cache hit ratio looks pretty good. Surprised I don't have any unused indexes. Yeah, our biggest table's only 34 megs. I'll take it. We do have a duplicate index. So yeah, we're doing our primary index on the event ID, but then we're also making sure it's unique. And I don't know if we need to do that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So looks like we're doing pretty good performance wise, I want to say. Maybe leaking our version of Elixir, not ideal, but yeah, we should be updating and doing that stuff anyway. But yeah, as far as metrics go, yeah, looks like we're okay. So I'm curious, like, how many users we really think we could scale to? Like, proper, actual users, not someone being a dick about it. But yeah, okay. So let's close some of these libraries that we don't need. Not libraries, but tabs. I'll keep that around. Okay, so now we've got the local server. It is up and running. Here's a thought. Could I somehow market this to Theo? Like, would he make a decent customer? Like, let's think about the type of person that would need something like this. I think Theo, for brand management, would benefit from it, or at least his manager would. We've got some Git cracking stuff going. We've got my personal stuff going. And oh, what's up, Figuera? How you doing? Yeah, I need to be better about thinking about user personas and some of those things. Why does it say it has search capability, but then it doesn't? Grok is good for it? Yeah, I just hate Grok. Yeah. If I could use anything else, I will. In most cases. All right, so this should at least do some searching, right? All right, there we go. Yep. Startup founder, solo entrepreneur. Yep. Social media manager at Growing Tech. DevRel / community manager. Okay. Marketing team at B2B SaaS. Indie hacker, product builder. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah. And that means that I'm doing at least something somewhat right with the marketing site. Like, this is like a two-pronged approach. I get to see if I'm actually saying what I should be saying on the marketing site, but I can also like see who the people are that matter. Yeah, I like it. Sweet. Okay. So we have been live only 3.5 hours, but I am getting hungry. And I do, like I just got back from PTO, so I probably got some work I should do tonight. At least a little bit. Or I just play some games and wake up early tomorrow, which is an option too. But we got enough time. Like, I'm gonna order some Indian food. So however long that takes to get here is how long we got to kind of noodle on some of this other stuff we got to do. Like figuring out this bug right here, I think. And then also looking at how our snippet matcher is working, because it seems broken in that regard. Like, it's working for this. But if I switch to... No, it wasn't Messijo. It was the Get Kraken one, where we were just seeing, like, the keyword, and that's it from Blue Sky. So there was something weird about how I'm listening for Blue Sky. And that's how you are with wings? Yeah, wings are, like, something you can, like, cook at home. I can't cook a butter chicken at home. Like, just making the sauce is too much effort. Oh, yeah, it'll be like an hour before it gets here. So, yeah, we got time. We got time. Oh, yeah, no worries. No, I just mean I gauge what I order from places versus what I cook at home almost purely based upon can I cook it myself? Because I really do like cooking, you know? But also sometimes I'm very lazy. Like a good ramen. A good ramen is actually like really hard to do at home, you know, just to get the bone broth just right. You're eating Ethiopian for a change now. Quite amazing. Yeah, I walked by an Ethiopian place like last week or so, but I just wasn't hungry at the time. And what's up, G-Bone? How you doing, Mr. Sir? But yeah, it is nice to be home. I did quite possibly the smartest travel maneuver I've ever done, though. Like, you know, at home, I got the good toilet paper. Hotels, see through. I brought my own roll of toilet paper. And now I can never travel without one again. It was perfect. So, yeah, just a little life pro tip for everyone. You, like, doesn't matter how expensive the hotel is, they're gonna give you see through toilet paper. Bring your own. You'll be a lot happier. You can buy it when you get there, too. That's just kind of a hassle, right? Just having at least one with you, and you're good to go. I'll probably make a tweet about that tomorrow. Yeah, it's a pro travel hack. Yeah, exactly. Yep, one roll of toilet paper is not going to put you over the weight limit. If it does, you got bigger problems. But yeah, what's everyone been up to? I do think, yeah, we're at a good moment where I could pour myself a beverage. I think I got some limes. You're taking a roll next weekend, attending a friend's wedding? Yeah, dude. It's a smart idea. I would highly recommend it. But yeah, so let me go grab a lime. I'm not going to be sending it too hard tonight, but I could have at least one or two. Yeah, exactly, Robert Tables. Yeah, tracing paper. That's a good way of phrasing that. Yes, it is tracing paper. It is the worst. Wedding? Oh, definitely take two. There you go. But okay, so let me go grab some limes. I think I got enough water. I definitely got enough whiskey. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Okay, so we're gonna put the lime in the coconut. Drink them both up. Yeah, what happened in the chess world? Gary Kasparov passed away or something? Naroditsky. I'm not aware of who they are. Thoroughly. Can you check, mate? Oh, there you go, Brainless. Good job. Careful now. I was referencing Father Ted. Not a very obvious reference. So yeah, our next steps. We need to start looking at some of these bugs. I think the big one is, how do we reproduce the lobsters one? Right, let's look at the lobsters issue. All we gave it was a title, because I'm not a very good project manager. All right, so let's check this. We go to lobsters. I thrive in Balmer's Peak. I mean, it's the CM Griffin Peak at this point. Oh, cool. Yeah, I saw Steve Klabnik at Get Merge. Oh. So we're seeing 13 minutes ago here. Do they show an edit history? Like, can you edit your messages on Hacker News? Because, yeah, that seems like a major bug. Why were we seeing 6 of this in there? Hmm. Oh, so there is a time in which you can do an update. Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, wait, hold on. I see. Okay, so it's seeing the edits. So there may be something I want to do to dedupe the edit events. How would we want to think about that? They have a unique object ID, so we'd want to do like an upsert of the content. Yeah, this is almost certainly a comment. Right. So yeah, today is when the Amazon brain drain sent AWS down. This is the person's comment about it. No, so it's not the article. This is a comment explicitly. Hmm. Yeah, so let's go look at the back end. We're going to add it as its own separate issue, though. Hacker News, comment events get duplicated when edited. And to me, this seems like a pretty important one. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's less important, but still, she'd probably fix it. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Issueception. Where would it be? Right? If it's in Hacker News, it's going to be in our client. So what we end up needing to do is we need to be able to fetch the existing item, right? We're going to have a unique ID value, and that'll be the object ID for Hacker News. It will be probably the R key. I forget what the DID is for. Is that the user? Okay, so hold on. For some reason, we don't get any lobsters events for the word foo. Yeah, lobsters just move so much slower. So if we go to the database, oh, saw the food update just a little bit. All right, so we go to keyword events. And oh. Okay, so we see Hacker News now. Oh. Okay, no. So those go back, like, way back. Looks like we fixed the bug in September. So now we got lobsters, blue sky, all that. So theoretically, like, we get enough events. Theoretically, what we should do then, let's set up the filtering. Jesus, the driver they picked for me is so fucking far away. Weird. All right. I do feel like the DID is the unique ID at least. Because yeah, I don't think we want to do the filtering yet, but yes, these features have to get done. Being able to filter by the platform is less important than duplicate events. So when we see Messijo messages message, is it platform ID or is it unique ID? I think it's platform ID. We're using Elixir on the back end. Oh yeah, that did get auto-modded for some reason. Wait, what is this? Trusted by absolutely no one in production yet. Elastic timeout compute? Okay, this is pretty good. Lambda? Maybe. Run code when it feels like it. Kinda I am. Dynamo, whee! On fire. Oh, that's good. Degraded as usual. Dude, this is fun. It works 60% of the time, every time. I've learned to expect disappointment, and I'm never disappointed. Wait, there was a calculate blame button? Oh. Okay. Root cause identified, US East 1. Shocking, we know. Technical details, DNS propagation, network latency, cosmic rays, and US East 1. Yeah, this is fun. Thank you for sharing this. The uptime SLA is more of a suggestion than a guarantee. I've memorized the incident status page URL. It's my browser homepage. Hold on. I bet Glasses would get a kick out of this. I bet, dude, I bet he's having one hell of a time today, actually. I'm going to send this over to Glasses from the Alt F4 stream. There we go. Had to do the link. Oh, dude, the logo when you socially share it. Oh, had you seen that yet? Hold on. Had you actually seen that part yet? And what's up, Level? How you doing? Yeah, dude, the oops is super good. And the sad face, like, dude, super good. And hold on, wait. I've started a support group. My therapist now specializes in cloud infrastructure drama. Like, dude, this is super good. Nothing much here, much like our SLA. Read the docs that definitely exist. Uh-oh, you unlocked the secret. There are no docs. It's satire. It's a joke. This is satire. AWS Clone is not affiliated with Amazon or AWS. Please do not run production workloads here. Or do. We're not your architect. I mean, maybe someone did it today. I could see someone vibe coding this. Includes unlimited micro outages, enterprise grade shrugs, and dark mode dashboards. Ooh, okay. Yeah. That's definitely something you add on top. Yeah. If you're not like gating your dark mode for your dashboard behind like a higher billing tier, you're just leaving money on the table. Surge pricing. It's Tuesday. Honestly, the pricing's not bad. $20 instances? Let's get surprised by our bill. Dude, this is fun. Whoever made this nailed it. Subscribe via carrier pigeon. Subscription failed. Pigeon Union is on strike. All right, let's launch something. Your bill has been generated. Your infrastructure is still pending. System status, everything is fine. US East 1 is available, but not emotionally available. Current incident, a butterfly flapped its wings in Virginia, cascading failures. It just needs to stay a little longer. The hamsters powering US East 1 are on strike, negotiations ongoing. Your infrastructure is in a better place now. Oh yeah, say you didn't come out to TwitchCon. You should have. Almost everybody uses East. East is basically their backbone. So even if you're not explicitly using East, there's a bunch of stuff that you use that is probably based in East. Like, I would bet Route 53 has some kind of like dependency on US East 1. I would bet even some of the magic behind the scenes of CloudFront or Lambda at Edge might be at US East 1, which is why it goes down so much, because it's not like all the other regions, right? The other regions are things that could properly be regioned, but US East 1 is a proper region, but also has all the other shit that can't be regioned properly. So I think that's the tricky bit. Even if you're not using US East 1, you're still going to get hit by it. Happy US East 1 Day to those who celebrate. Exactly, Code Drift. Exactly. But as far as AWS Clone is concerned, every day is US East 1 Day. You think VMs were not hit? Okay. Like Route 53 was, though, wasn't it? Like Dynamo went down. Dynamo is also like regionless. All the stuff hosted on Cloudflare totally worked. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I would assume Upsell had a bunch of downtime, though. Right? Anyone here using Upsell? That's how you spell it, just in case the joke isn't landing. How's Triangle Man taking it today? Bedtime Bear, chill day for you. No US East 1 issues. Yeah, I could see how Google Cloud would be shielded from that. I could see how that would be a thing. One of your friends is multi-cloud, and they learned that their cloud auto failover stuff was, guess where? That is even better. You make yourself properly multi-cloud, but you put it in the place that fails the most. I mean, you can't make that up. Yeah, reality is truly stranger than fiction. You've had your own outages, but not today. Yeah. Yeah, like the Cloudflare outage a while back was because of Google. I forget what part. So yeah, like you're never 100% shielded. That's what SLAs are for. All right, does look like the Dasher is waiting for my order. They're probably about to pick it up here soon. Should figure out who we go raid, maybe. Who's going right now? We see the Coppinger killing it. Slyborg's working on a Minecraft server. And then, hold on. So, Hunar, you finally found the :Q to quit Factorio. Yep. Plot twist, you were inside NeoVim the entire time. AWS just had supply issues. They ran out of storage and could just not provision more. Oh, that's a weird one. Oh, that's a weird one. I see Nikwan Datasci. You know what? Yeah, Nikwan Datasci. He's got like 6 streams left. Let's go raid him. And they're talking about the US East 1 stuff, so the topic will continue. Yeah. Thank y'all for hanging out. We had a great stream. We got hacker news added to Messijo. We got bugs. There's always bugs. But yeah, I think we got a good point at which we can start tomorrow. And I think that'll be good. So yeah, let us go raid Nikwan Datasci. And yeah, I got my Indian food coming. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Looks like Dasher's still waiting for the order, so we may have some time to just hang out. I got the best meme was from Hetzner. Wait, what was the Hetzner meme, Hunar? And yeah, I got butter chicken, as spicy as they can make it, and some garlic naan. It's pretty much my standard order. If I was really, really, really hungry, I'd get some fish pakora too. Because even if I don't finish it, I can heat it up for lunch tomorrow. But okay, so we're going to go right into Nikwan Datasci. He is stopping streaming, I guess. Maybe he's going to bamboozle us, and I'm going to be upset at him, but that doesn't matter. But he's got 6 streams left, so let's go hang out with him. And what's up, JLem? I'll be over on gaming, right? If y'all want to hang out and chat on gaming, we'll watch some shows. I might try and catch up on some work, or I might distract myself with some gaming. We'll see. But the gaming channel is Griffing and Chill. More than welcome to hang out there. Yeah, we're definitely going to at least like watch some TV show while I eat. So yes, let's go say hi to Nikwan later, YouTube.